Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
Consciousness had been trapped by the doctor, but we followed the clues. So much time has already passed since then, and it seems Sumeru's changing for the better now that Nahita's in charge, right? Paimon just hopes this peace will last a long time, and then Nahita won't have any more new problems to deal with. Yeah, guess you're right. We somehow always come to think of it. Maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble. Huh? Me? Before Paimon ran into you, Anyway, for Nahita's sake, maybe we should think about heading to our next destination for now.
Ah, look who it is. Running into you in a place like this? I can see you two still love wandering around.
Oh, it's Dia! Since when are we just wandering around? We're usually taking care of some serious business. Even though it may have nothing to do with our journey. But never mind that. What brings you here?
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. Just escorting a shipment of goods. I'm on my... That's when I saw you two all the way over there. Chatting away. What were you two talking about? Huh? You serious? Can't say I saw that coming. But you are travelers after all. I guess you'd never bumping into you like this will become a rarity. I'm starting to feel sad just thinking about it. Hey, how about I gather a few mercs to
Thanks, but no need. Oh, Paimon had no clue you'd miss us so much.
Sounds good. All you need to do to get to Fontaine is cross this stretch of desert and... So, when are you leaving?
Oh, wait a sec. Paimon just remembered there are still a few dishes in Sumeru that Paimon...
I see. Guess you won't be needing a going away party or anything. Though, now that I think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what...
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahita? Oh, good point. Then there's no need to bother her in the real world.
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now, Traveler and Paimon. Whether as a client or a friend...
Goodbye, Dia. Bye-bye, Sumeru.
surprises.
After crossing all that sand and water, we finally made it! Oh, this must be Fontaine's port! Wow! Everything looks so advanced in Fontaine! Paimon's heard that the industry here is extremely developed. Just seeing the sights as a tourist is nice, but maybe it would be better if we found something to do. What do you think? Good idea! Nahida gave us loads of useful information. Seeking out the Seven is probably still our best source for information at this point. Yeah, the more we can learn, the better. So, what do you think the Hydro Archon's like? Will we get along? To learn about a nation's god, start with the nation's people. There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we can join the party.
If you ask me, it's a tragedy how things ended for him. Clearly.
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family. I was expecting a sudden plot twist, but it's a pity that it never happened.
Excuse me. Can I help you two? I couldn't help but notice you standing here listening.
Hi. We're travelers new to Fontaine, and we had something we wanted to ask, but you seem to be really busy.
Play? Oh, no. We're talking about something that really happened. And
Really? Like, a real trial?
Well, good tales are often based on true stories, aren't they? Whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted out on the stage... Oh, but it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the...
But, shouldn't...
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have the app as well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine created by the Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice, false charges and...
You're a trees? Is it some kind of machine, too? Oh, Paimon's... Wait. Paimon almost forgot to ask you our question.
oh, that's easy. Just go to the opera house.
I think what they mean... In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult. You'll have to make an appointment...
Huh. Is the Hydro Archon super busy taking care of officials?
No. Lady Farina seldom takes an in...
That's right. After all, she...
Huh. First time Paimon's ever heard of an... Wait! Paimon gets now! The Hydro Archon is kinda like a big celebrity here, right?
Yeah, I suppose you could say that.
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking about. You should show some more respect.
Yes, you're right. I guess I should at least try to be a little more respectful.
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of laws here, But nobody's going to be arrested for saying something.
Alright, I think we get it. Thank you! At least we now know that we can find the Hydro Archon at the Opera House. But who knows how long making an appointment will take? What are you looking over there for? Huh. Maybe something's the matter. She isn't going to jump into the water, is she? Maybe we better go check on her. Hello there. Excuse me.
Huh? I'm fine. Thanks.
Oh, okay then. We just noticed that you seem to be worried about something.
About many things, actually. But there's nothing I can do but just keep my troubles to myself. I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids.
You're pointing at the sea. Wait, are you saying that you and your brother lived in the water?
Though people call the waters around Fontaine a sea, it's actually just an inland lake that's filled with fresh. And no, I can still see that hill clearly in my memories. Now, he would skip and jump, tossing sand in the wind. The sun shone bright, but now, the water is gradually swallowing our memories. It won't be long before it swallows us.
Sorry. Paimon doesn't really get what you...
I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are you Lynette's new friends?
Oh, and you are?
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our childhood, that's all. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny, and this is my sister Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers from abroad.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived. We were just talking with your sister. Even though we didn't really get what she was saying.
I see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone.
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us. Paimon's always the one talking for some reason. So that's how you think it is?
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
Seems you were right.
So, what did Lynette mean just now when she said that the water is engulfing your memories?
Oh, that. It's from a prophecy that's been circulating in Fontaine for... Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain amount of uncertainty. There's no doubt about what's happening in Fontaine now. Where to begin? Let's put that question on hold for a moment. We still haven't formally greeted each other yet, have we?
Did all the introductions earlier not count?
Hello, traveler. And hello, Paimon.
Hey! Why didn't Paimon get a handshake? You're not poking fun at Paimon.
Please, don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of etiquette.
Oh, all right then. Well, Paimon's just happy to have a... By the way, we were just getting ready to go to the Opera House to meet the Hydro Archon. Would you be able to show us the...
So you're going to see Lady Farina? No problem at all. In fact, I was planning to go to the Opera House. Please, follow me. You said you were going to see Lady Farina? Well, it's...
So, she's the Hydro Archon?
My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration! If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu. As you can all see, two unfamiliar travelers have arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and his companion, who have journeyed here from distant lands.
Is she talking about us?
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos you left in your wake as you visited other nations, but I welcome you nevertheless. No, I have come to fear is for insignificant cowards. I am a god, and I will never entertain the notion of such... Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to truly be... I, Focalor, hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro, and acknowledge...
Yeah, Paimon still can't believe it. Feels like the Hydro Archon's entrance was, how should Paimon describe it? A little over the top? Miss Hydro Archon? How did you know we were coming?
Ah, I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget. You had best stop and consider. Do you really have the noble qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate with a god? All it takes is a flick of my...
Whoa, talk about sounding high and mighty.
Oh? What's with these looks? Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough?
Is she waiting for us to start talking?
Wow, I didn't expect to see Lady Farina here. What a surprise! Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler? How did I not—
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady Farina? Is there some kind of drama going on?
Of course. That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories are about.
Oh, I've got to see this. I knew Lady Farina would never disappoint.
Yes, but don't get too excited now. My dear believers, you may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined...
Now she wants to fight? Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
Are you not afraid?
What are you trying to do, traveler? Provoking a god in front of her people?
Stand down, Clorent. I admire his bravery. Few have the courage to draw their... Unfortunately, people nowadays...
Huh. Yeah, she's right. Just a duel wouldn't be all that interesting.
On Araneus, criminals are always requesting duels to defend...
You see. Then, as the god...
Oh, all right. Now that...
Right. This is Fontaine, after all.
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? Seems you've spent a little too much time. Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
Oh, we have... According to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within...
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong. That's all.
You call that obvious? What kind of law is this?
Precisely! Now, if you two have no objections, then in the name of the Hydro Archon...
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil the fun. But if you would allow me to... I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
You tell her, Linny! Finally someone who's not crazy. How could anyone call Paimon a flying object?
Ah, great magician Linny, my beloved.
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally should show... So, with such an audience gathered here, allow me to perform a trick for...
Ta-da!
What's that on Paimon's back? Hey, when did you do that?
There. As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well, something like a balloon. This rope had...
Huh? You call that magic? You've got to be joking.
I thought it was pretty good.
Huh. I'm not sure what to think.
Amusing. Very amusing, Linny. Just
Performance? You see all this as a performance?
in which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. But when there are valid grounds, I will not only, but even the gods of other lands. I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance at the Opera House, Miss...
And just like that, she's gone. Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen. You never even had a chance to ask her anything. But that's a problem for future Paimon. That whole...
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation. So, now do you see what...
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Anyway, Paimon had no idea you were a magician, Linny. It sounded like you'll be performing at the Opera House, right?
I just know a few simple tricks I use to make a... It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in Fontaine.
But isn't the Opera House where criminal trials are held in Fontaine?
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other... And speaking of performances, I would be remiss to forego this...
My brother's always excited to make new friends.
Oh, sure. We don't really have anything.
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? Oh, you really mean it? This is a magical item known as a magic pocket.
Huh? What are they going to use it for?
About that... I'm not sure exactly when it began, but a prophecy has been... It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter... Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and in the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain.
That sounds pretty gloomy. Why are people in Fontaine born with sin?
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas and stirred it. Others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon. But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been...
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they commit...
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine have actually...
Many places have already been
Many people carry on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But we hope that at least the people who reside near the waterfront can move away before it's too late. As a magical item, these magic pockets have astonishing
Oh, Paimon gets it! It's like preparing for a rainy day!
Perhaps only absolute power could ever... Now, if you'd like to help, then please give these magic pockets...
What's this? So you...
What? You mean you don't believe it?
No, I believe in the prophecy. The story says that people once lived in the ocean. But as time wore on, people desired to live on land. So, if you ask me, in the water...
Oh, we hadn't heard that one before.
All right, I'll take it. Huh?
So you're the blonde traveler that everyone's been... Oh, a magic pocket? Thanks. Please, also...
Huh? I don't want that thing. Way I see it, if the life is all about living in the moment, what use is there in
You should still take it.
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that...
Oh? You already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. So, what did people have to say? Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes.
Is there anything else you need to do before we leave?
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine.
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what the material...
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some Romaritime
It seems we have to use hydro to collect for maritime flowers.
Take it easy.
Gonna be epic.
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced traveler. I've also finished collecting a few here. Maybe next time you'll feel like helping too, Lynette.
No way. I'm in power-saving mode today.
Fine. Though the performance is still a long way off, now that we're finished.
So, we're going to the Court of Fontaine before we head to the Opera House?
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
Huh? What's wrong with her? Paimon didn't notice anything.
She's obviously a thief. Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention, and a distracted audiences watch her movements carefully.
Oh, he's right!
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should split up. You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her escape route if she tries to run. All right, let's go.
Whatever would you do without?
This is the spot where Linny wanted us to wait. Oh, look! Isn't that her? Oh no! Did she notice us? She started running the other direction! What should we do? Should we chase her? You're right. She might also be trying to lure us away. Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Linny caught the thief. Yeah, let's go.
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure you're not...
No, that was all. Anyway, I should be going now. Thanks again.
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She
I saw the general direction she went, but Linny twisted his...
Oh, did you get hurt, Linny?
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all. In fact, it's feeling better already.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen if...
You're right, you're right. Sorry, Lynette. I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back.
What a slippery little thief!
All right, let's put this little detour behind us. We should go to the Court of Fontaine now.
There's still a long...
Go!
Let's go get ourselves some answers.
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? What an ingenious way.
This is an aquabus. It allows people to travel between It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while.
So you mean it's still boring, even when I'm riding with you?
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the...
Whatever.
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on board.
Huh?
What? Traveler! Paimon!
Charlotte!
Oh, I never guessed I'd bump into you while riding the aquabus. What are you doing in Fontaine? I didn't hear anything about you paying us a visit.
Yeah, it's quite the coincidence. But as travelers, we're always on the move. It's not surprising that nobody... though we still have no idea how the Hydro Archon knew about us.
Oh, no need for introductions, Paimon. I would recognize the great magician Linny and his assistant. I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who they were. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often...
It's an honor to meet you.
Now that everyone knows each other, Fontaine suddenly doesn't feel like So, what have you been up to lately, Charlotte?
Not too much. When there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House. You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days. You're right. Seems you know me pretty well. What I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news pieces that could Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately. Well, you mean the serial disappearances of young women case? That's right! These stories are the talk of the town right now, and it's probably the most mysterious case we've ever seen. If I'm the first with a draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of envy. I've already gathered all kinds of...
So, what is the serial disappearances of young women case?
That's right. The first missing girl case happened almost 20, and ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears. But the scariest part is that to this day, not many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen. Yes, it's possible. But either way,
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, the family of those missing girls deserves some sort of explanation. I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price to get her back, and then find a way to track...
Please don't imagine that, Linny.
Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this. Yeah, us as well. You're right. I have an interview to get to. I should get going. Okay. Paimon hopes we can chat again soon, Charlotte. Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the Steambird when you have to. What a tough job. Always running around and interviewing everyone.
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides, I still have all the material.
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all. This city is so...
This is our current abode. Ah, Fremine, you're home. Where did everyone else go?
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that Father will be returning. Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a phenomenal diver.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. Oh, you sound very proud to have a diver at...
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
Hmm? What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me? Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little... Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more...
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of material.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater.
Looks like rain.
Oh, you're right. But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago?
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there...
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It's said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went. When I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play, I should yell toward the sky, "Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!"
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very... Let Paimon try something. Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or...
Sorry. It might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps... It rained for longer than I suspected.
Was there something you needed to do?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. On the day of the performance, just ride the aquabus to the island of Araneus. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain in...
Oh, are you leaving now?
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Perhaps we could trouble the Traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont workshop. I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted, and the boss there tends to be pretty talkative.
No trouble at all! Don't worry!
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks.
Oh, no need, no need. This'll be a one...
Thanks again, you two.
Take it easy.
Hello?
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made? Or perhaps...
Oh, no, we're just here to deliver some materials. Here they are. They're for me.
Ah, these must be for Magic Pockets. I could tell right away. I've already made stuff. No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be, but they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run.
Wow. So...
I can't say for sure, but who knows? Maybe there's good...
Hey! Is this machine what you used to...
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest...
But where does a big machine like that...
Ah, well... It's a little but basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium.
Huh? How can trials produce energy?
Well, I'm not completely sure of... When a trial is in session, the oratrice mécanique de...
So that's what its other function is? But... Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's... Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine.
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, besides indemnitium, we have it isn't produced by the power of the Archon.
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking...
You again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owed?
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want 50% today. Wait, no?
Huh? You...
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already...
Hey, hold on. Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debt? If Confrérie of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora.
Ah, you're from Northland Bank. But we...
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
We're surprised to see you too. What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now. And honestly, but it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only, either way you look at it, it seems things are going to...
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well.
Hey, you, Northland Bank...
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you...
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really... Listen to me, boy. If you want your mora...
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time...
Hey! That's way over the line! All right, boys, let's see who has to pay up now!
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients, you're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
I'm unsure this...
Shouldn't let your guard down.
What's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank?
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand. Huh?
Now's my chance!
Huh. That was weird. I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe there's something wrong with my vision?
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever...
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? And don't say it's work for Northland Bank.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since...
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now.
That is a possibility. I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when it was during that time I learned nearly all of my ability. She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what. One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, it was because I had awakened it. And traces...
But what is it?
She never explained that. But my guess is that it's related. In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea.
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against...
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using... It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been...
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. So why don't you just go ask your master?
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there. But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't...
Oh, it sounds like some kind of ghost story.
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to...
What? More work?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been...
Official champion duelist? You mean...
Yep, in Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend. The champion duelists are all-powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. And the worst-case scenario is that you're simply killed, though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty. From what I can tell, so really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a...
So, do many people actually get out of their trials by winning the...
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably... Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is apparently the one I'm meeting today, Clorend, is the strongest of the champion duelists.
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that...
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
Huh? Your vision? You're seriously just giving it away?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel. So, besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse.
Whatever gave you that idea?
That sneaky guy. He said he's... Well, seems we don't have much to do. Wow! Who could have seen that coming? The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along! Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Paimon never saw that twist. twist. The whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in... Oh, sorry about that. Paimon will... hey, shouldn't we be Lenny said that the Opera House is on Aranias, so let's go ride the Aquabus!
I'm sure it'll get resolved.
Take it easy.
Squall and Fury! The wind rises. Squall and Fury! The wind rises.
Welcome to the Navia line. I am Elfan. The boat will be departing imminently. Please do not stick your head, hands, or other body parts outside the boat. The Aquabus operator is not responsible for any accidents or injuries resulting from doing so. Also, please remember to buy the steamboat, though I don't read it myself. The destination of the current tour is Erinias. Points of interest worth visiting include the Fountain of Lucine and the Opera Epiclese. If you look to the left in the direction we are currently traveling, you will see the famous Fontaine Research Institute up in the sky. An experiment gone wrong turned a new sightseeing opportunity. Human ingenuity truly is a wondrous thing. We are now approaching our final destination. Please be sure to bring all your personal belongings with you as you disembark. Even though I will take any forgotten items to the lost and found, the paperwork is rather annoying, as Melusine hands are not suitable for grasping pens. Please be careful when disembarking. It has been my honor to be your tour guide this trip. Thank you.
Quit following me.
Take it easy. Busted. Right now, right here. Take it easy.
Well, what do we have here?
Stories here never have a happy ending. Seems
Good
like the
roll.
stories here never have
All
a
right,
happy
maybe I'll
ending.
take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it. Take it easy.
Whoa! Now this is fancy! The Opera at Eclairs. What a place to... Huh! Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful life.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out smart.
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine. There sure are a lot of couples here.
Vache.
What's wrong?
Vache. Vache.
No, Paimon didn't say anything. Are you hearing things?
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary
Lynette! You scared Paimon! When did you get here?
Lenny asked me to wait here for you, remember?
Right.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you? Besides, it's the middle of the day.
I see. I might be able to tell you something that could help explain the voice you heard. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is...
It's because of his sensitivity to the hydro element? But what would hearing a voice have to do with elemental power?
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything?
Just answer me. When do you cry?
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense like I just mentioned. The Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
So, what did the voice say? Huh. If you were hearing their emotion...
Rather than worrying about them, we should worry about my brother. Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So check...
Oh, right. That makes sense.
Take it easy.
Traveler and Paimon, good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance. The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here...
Ooh, front row seats! Thanks, Linny!
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Hey, Linny! Could you come over here and take a look at this?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Linny. Hey, Traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is... Oh, you little... Of course you...
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Oh, so you heard all of that, did ya? Wait, that's not it. Paimon's... Sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. Oh, Paimon's got it. You're...
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linny would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny, then... Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Nice to meet you! Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler! We just arrived in Fontaine.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Tevat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself.
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Ah, Mr. Linny. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see—
Wait, Nervillet? Could he be...
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Nervillet— Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him.
Whoa! Sorry for being so rude.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat. And by the way, I should probably let you know, there's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now. I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise, she may become flustered.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a...
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seat.
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon... Oh! They're dimming the lights! The show must be starting! Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but...
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elements. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some prep. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. Huh? But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do. Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
Whoa! What in the world just happened? How did he do that? Paimon didn't see him do anything! Wasn't Lynette inside the water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear out of nowhere?
If we could see easily through his tricks, then to appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught.
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared.
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed, but our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member. Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes, and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already get. Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here.
Wow! How's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to part. Now then, let's begin. Let me see. Oh, Road, please, come forward. My assistant will take you... I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange thing, if the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in...
Oh, okay.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to add. Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep count. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30...
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that!
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be... Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58.
60, 59, 58!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on the other side once you've finished counting.
54, 53, 52? Why aren't you counting, Nervalette?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me.
Oh, all right. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling feeling uncomfortable.
40, 39, 38! Mr. Linney, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example...
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all. What was that noise? Did you hear it too? Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried about it.
25! 24! 23! What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying...
Never mind the decorations. There's no time...
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't...
19! 18!
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do. 10 seconds and change is still plenty.
10! Almost there now. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
Ta-da!
Is this part of the show? Mr. Linney, you're going to use magic to fix the stage now.
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in that box.
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if...
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough. Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in... Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which, as of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance, and there are many indications that it is connected with the case of...
The serial disappearances case?
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
I know the truth. I can see through the... I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linney, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
No, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things
That can't be right! How come Lenny... He was in the box on the stage the entire time! We can even hear... Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances! He couldn't possibly mean catching himself!
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now...
I just think that he... Well,
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally...
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a map.
I mean, of course, my dear people. That's right. I mean you, Traveler. You'll support Linny, won't you? After all, then there's no problem at all. You know, but with Linny's help, our little duel ended in a draw, so no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And
It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed. Well, Traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, are you willing to act as Mr. Linny's attorney and Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth. Linny and his troupe are all potential suspects and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared.
a day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this...
Linny!
Sorry about everything that happened just now.
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like...
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could... Good to hear. Thank you so much for trusting me. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But if you ask me, I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate! As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible. Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the Stillbury. Paimon used her own savings to buy...
I think they look cute on you.
You have good taste, Lynette!
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help, but with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a...
Oh, well, I'm afraid that would involve some of...
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
I suppose you're right. Tis truly a pity. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, we should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the...
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Detective Paimon is on the case! Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
Ah, I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants, named Cowell. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, the assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowell inside it. This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding all these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole
But he doesn't have a motive!
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't say we're good friends.
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, I know there's no such thing as magic. The real... I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence. Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourself.
Whoever the murderer was, they must have made preparations well before. Why would it be him? Whoever the murderer... Whoever the murderer... So this is the rope that broke and caused the... The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks? Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler? Whoa. Look, most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left. Huh. So if a... Wait! Why don't you write all this down? Hello there! What are you investigating?
Oh, this location has also been... The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list. Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we... Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of an... Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House. But the Magic Troupe members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connect. Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troupe at all, which matches the features of the previous...
Were the victims of previous cases...
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that...
Okay then.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the miss, it is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these disappearances.
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, if you find any new and interesting leads...
We don't have too many
Then what?
The thud? Oh, you mean...
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terrible. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Linny's trick with bated breath. So no one paid it much mind.
That makes sense. So...
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Lynn, and when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope.
But wasn't the noise we heard too loud for...
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly... Oh, that's true.
That does remind Paimon though...
The investigation team has some new findings.
See, I told you. What if the machine...
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you saying about the...
You're trying to help them? That'll be...
Linny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky... Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further...
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat. In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
That much checks out. Linny was...
Let you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Even though it's bad for Linny's case, Paimon had...
Linny's still talking to the guards. I think someone will be assigned to monitor. Linny's still talking to the... I think so...
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns. And
well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Ros? From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, and I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus, Demoiselle's various...
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle?
Well, I am the second generation
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that.
No need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say so.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand. That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely map.
Really? We think so too! That's why we're looking for clues now. But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition. Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive... But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there...
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times. All right, I've answered your question. Now, it's time to...
Wait a minute! Did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Well...
And why would that be? See, Silver and Melus?
Most astute of you, Demoiselle. I, too, think that the Travelers, no matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, that if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Melus. Anyway, I like your answer. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation...
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Oh,
well, I can be the assistant. That's more like it.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel.
You have a point. And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I have nothing to add.
Oh, alrighty then.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let it...
Whoever the murderer was, this rope was people needed to register and...
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at...
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and... Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes! After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out, so the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point. I doubt there was much opportunity that...
How can you be so sure?
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time, I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a... But still, I did not abandon my post. And I stayed put no matter how loud the applause. We Melazines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This'll be useful info. We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going.
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be...
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived.
Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower. Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Call me Navia. I'm a partner of theirs, and and these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secret.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for the... But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different?
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to cap. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get? Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it...
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the—
Right! You were talking that whole time!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the—
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I—
So that's how it all worked! Wow! Every detail you were—
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel, and then I walk out of the other box in the audience area. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. And yet, to think that someone was able to use this mat— Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the crime. So Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be—
Oh! Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into it and here's a broken vase!
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks.
Let's note this down too and think about it later.
What's this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh?
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick.
Whatever it is, let's make a note of it.
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience. Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them? Ugh, this is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore. What is this place?
It seems someone could fit.
Could this have been—
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them...
But there are no other ways in or out of here. Oh, you're right! Let Paimon Whoever the murderer was, they must have made prepper. Why would it be? Gosh, we all the well, and that digging a tunnel that size wouldn't have been a problem for Paimon. Paimon doesn't. This is probably.
Yes, let's head back up. Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. See?
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very... The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and...
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then! You know...
The plot thickens. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some
Charges and then trial. So if the charges...
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Judge... That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the... To put it simply, it's as if the oratrice has its own will.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Judge... Then, finally, the oratrice will be consulted by...
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides?
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment. Yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed...
Huh? Why?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons...
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties. Or that we might... And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point.
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options, I'm afraid.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you... I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over...
Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem... Just kidding! Just kidding! Paimon will still do her best.
What do you mean, no snacks?
Huh?
Understood, demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the demoiselle's baking needs when...
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment.
These three are quite the interesting group. And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven. From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process. But you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself. Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds, everything.
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Paimon was just thinking. Aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty, beating egg whites and baking?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the... Don't underestimate beating egg whites, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency. Or anyway, give these a try, fresh out of the oven.
Only 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head.
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite. Strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears them up. No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I...
All right then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems... However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines. magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of the... But the only people left to consider are both technically victims.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowell before...
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need... Nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never had...
Were we not thorough enough from the sound of things? This is turning into an impossible... Your macarons are amazing, though, Navia. They smell great! They're nice and crisp.
They are my specialty after...
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right.
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few...
No. Being greedy is one thing, but besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough. Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone...
All right, we get it. Well, Malus, set up the stove again, if you would.
Huh? What are you doing?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almond.
Well, this really...
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still... It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
All right, thanks for your help, and for the snacks.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
All right, it's time to put our heads together. Do? The whole situation is so confusing. Good plan. Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Best of luck to you.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well now, don't you all look disappointed? Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed. was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence, but don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you,
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farin.
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were...
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and...
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might...
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud.
Huh?
Hey, hang on! Something's not right here.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box, and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
The House of the Hearth?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has a... The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting. Oh, good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Hey, Linny! Why didn't you tell us this before?
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to read first. When the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, are these claims... Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Granted. In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary? They're already
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What if—
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This—
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after— In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the—
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would— I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry.
Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad.
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if but our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers—
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we—
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might— I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some detail. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than— Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, you met a Fatus who works as a magician, but still, I'm asking you to trust me.
Sorry. Please, forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but... Right, let's hear your answer first.
Of course. I'll answer any We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core— From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick, with the object—
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice, which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but after that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must—
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it, the whole truth. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust, but like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave—
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Okay.
Thanks for giving us a chance. The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty big. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're— Huh?
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her—
That took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their at this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linny's perspective. The countdown began. He entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey. He did not realize that this sound could be heard by Finally, he used the vase to knock her out before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that straight. So Linny proceeded to knock him out too before. Afterward, Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to his... And there you have it. That...
Does the defendant's side have any objection?
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events. What Linny experienced... Seems this won't produce a... Seems... According to Linny, he left via the... Linny went to the... Linny did not take part in the
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say! When the countdown started, Lenny, but he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, the crime scene had already... Finally, he reached the surface, and... Paimon did it! Paimon actually managed to say all that!
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right!
My reasoning?
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Lenny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case.
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell him! And that's why they're partners of mine.
Oh, well, your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims? Of course I do. If he had been... You're saying that he wasn't?
Are you sure we don't need to give this more thought? Paimon thinks there's some... That's right! Lenny wasn't in the... This means that when the crime happened, Lenny had the same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now been...
Well played.
To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Lenny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to... Could there have been a third person in... Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able...
That can't be... the killer...
Oh, is that so? How interesting! Let's hear...
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator The deceased's name is Cowell. The sound we heard may have come from a... It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would... Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must... was not in the tunnel at that moment. No one entered or... It would have been tough for both people. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. The deceased's name is Cowl. The deceased's name is Cowl. No one entered or left.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
I see how it is. So this was all—
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider it just like the trick as it transpired? The end result
If only we knew how Halsey
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know.
Excuse my interruption, dear.
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Linny was not in the tunnel at the sound we heard may have... The deceased's name is... The vase was not broken by chance.
Paimon gets it! Lynette escaped from the water tank. If there's a similar method...
Oh, just a moment, please. I do hope— How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality. Must we read— Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey—
Even so, I trust the Traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way—
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe— Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceit.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are water from the primordial sea. The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which one of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusive. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is—
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving—
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but It's just...
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, wait...
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order! It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with guards. Please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case is seemingly unrelated.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make... Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that... What?
The rope that held the water tank up. The water from the primordial sea should have... Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire... Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick. The deceased's name is Cowell. Now it seems like the hook rope... The rope that held the water tank up was... The water from the primordial sea I remember there was something else within the... The deceased's name is Cowell. Linney's... Lynette was in the magic box. Now it seems like the...
It's Ace Detective Paimons in the original plan. Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope, and the number selector securing his... When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial sea... Afterward, Cowell would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside. But he encountered something unexpected.
Huh. That does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing people.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people, and we found an identical sample of the water.
What?
That can't be.
Oh, I see. Well, does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my... Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent. Having made modifications to the props before that, upon his return, ultimately, he knocked Cowell out. Now, as much as I regret have... Am I right? Mr. Linny.
We've used up all the evidence we collect. Is this the end of the...
Oh no! Paimon can't think. Seems using the water as new evidence was.
I think we've all seen enough now. And we have ample. I believe this is indeed the finale. Now then, my good, noble
excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes.
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals once everyone believes the illusion. Can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale? Come on, Linny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. But as the magic makers and stars of the show,
I understand.
And voila!
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So, the whole thing about people.
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me. And then before.
that'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry.
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught, but I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Linny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief. Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but he even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then I wasn't going to take that lying down. So I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
This time, we need to tell the entire... Seems this won't... The strange sound. The flower vase. Lillian was afraid that.
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time! Having been selected out of the blue, Lillian panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the... Hearing the commotion, Cowl leapt into the... He did not know that Lillian was mistakenly believing that the water... The two broke the flower vase during the... With no way of escaping, she changed her... She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to...
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel...
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Bravo! Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statement? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution...
What? Are you reading my mind? No. I have no...
Wow! Look at that!
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowl, selected his next victim from the audience. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowl thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the... He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowl entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Liliane, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that... While there is much in Linny and Liliane's conduct that should still... This case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision. As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial...
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know.
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's note... I'm sure you know what you must do to...
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself...
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, therefore you would be wise to tell everything you know.
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water it can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, we've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent more off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the...
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have...
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
So, we're just going back now? That's true.
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
Linny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even... But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui. I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as for why I'm a Fatus. It's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave...
The Knave? The one who controls the house?
That's right. And since we're here, back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded court. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that—
So you went from orphans to...
That was how we felt at first, too. As if fate was on our side and we could— But I gradually discovered that while we were— he would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to— After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was— I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet.
Oh no. So, but wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, This is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law. I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person. All I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the nave
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to... Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen... The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, but she was also quick to destroy the noble who had...
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a...
So, she believes in that...
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve all of us house members here. Lady Arlecchino, her to us orphans, the only connection we have left...
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis...
It's all right. I understand. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have... If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me.
Bye, Linny!
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro...
Ah. I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navia.
Ah, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring... Sorry about that. I'm a bit prone... Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal? Well, guess you really did treat us as part...
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm if...
Oh, wonderful. In that...
All right, then. Let's have our farewell meal.
Take it easy.
Stabilize!
Gotcha! Things are about to get dicey. Emerge, right now. Emerge.
Know your place! I will have order! Gather!
Right here. Quietly now. Gotcha.
Squall and Fury!
Gotcha!
That's far enough!
Quietly now. Emerge. Right here. Busted. Here comes the catch.
The wind rises. Solidify!
Right now. Emerge. Right now. Gotcha. Quietly now.
Squall and Fury! Bow your head!
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food here will be to your taste.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while.
In that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait here.
Ooh, everything looks so good.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation.
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring everyone.
You, sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case up.
Oh, true. Very true. In that case, boss, we'll have another 2 dishes.
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food. Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now that this has all happened?
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an
If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person could be Dissolve?
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never really move forward before.
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking! We were so close to hearing who was behind it.
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a yawning chasm if the trail of... To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities... It's not that I don't have faith in their ability. It's just that a different perspective is required in some matters. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to produce a breakthrough. Which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exist. Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks...
Seems Paimon thought things were simpler than they actually are.
It's all right. Well, this was supposed to be a farewell meal, so let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended. It didn't
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been foiled so far, was to have a chat with the Hydra. I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance today.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
Well, would you consider some more, unique ways? Perhaps?
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas. Well, what did you have in mind?
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's club. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play. Don't you think?
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to pull off. We'd have to go learn how to act, and acting's really hard.
All right, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then, wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your questions. I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
That might work, but that's not really the problem. The problem is...
Valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about... all right, no more joking around. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know, strike while the iron is hot.
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Was this your drink? Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention.
No, it's fine. We're just about done.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fanta anyway. It tastes kind of salty.
Is that so? Well, in that case, we'll have to blacklist the Fanta here then. If we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, we're stuffed. Thanks for the treat, Navia. Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore. Nah, that would be so... Norm?
Okay. As for...
Hey, Navia! What are you doing over there?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again.
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, If you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to in any case, I wish you smooth sailing. I'll see you again, partner.
See ya!
Adventure time! Stand with me! Out of my way! Everybody stand with me! Here comes the finale!
As you wish, main Fräulein.
You're toast! Boba, let the magic begin! Surprise!
Witness the power of Gugwa!
people around anymore. Looks like that.
Vache.
Looks like we're back here at. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again? Ugh. That's kinda spooky.
Vache? Vache.
Hey, why are you still walking towards it? There might be something nasty. Huh? Hang on. Hey, Traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
Vache, are you... my dear Vache? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know where I'm... Wait. Who am I? My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So how much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten? Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water. I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. I knew, but now, we can no longer go back. No! Our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no... The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters. If only I could have comforted him. Told him that I did not suffer. And is that what you call it? Dissolving. It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so... I think I hear your companion. It's time for you. Farewell, then. I am glad that you were...
Wake up! Come on, hurry! Navi is outnumbered!
Demoiselle, look out!
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Chlorand? Quick, now's our chance! I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Chlorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has...
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking.
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not
Do not speak of my father!
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech.
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in
I doubt I know much more than you. But I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
Huh. I'm sure they've known about me. And what about these garter mechs? I thought only those associated...
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones you... I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rash.
I will continue investigating, no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clorand. But, if you get any idea...
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon.
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clorand was being sincere.
I know, I just... She's...
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were done. Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us! Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clorand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not as such. We're still partners. There's no...
It will take 50 years for me to
If it were me, I would have joined these...
All right, you two.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger?
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow? Who? Paimon?
Yes. All thanks to you grabbing my drink by...
How did...
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases that the Fanta tasted kinda salty and icky. Fanta only comes in sweet flavors. So how could it have tasted salt?
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial...
Yes. So if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of...
Huh. Really?
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate. But whoever... That's when I figured out that you might be in danger, and hurried...
But why would they go after us, too? All we did was defend Lynn...
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got... Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial?
Well, it can't be a coincidence that the Traveler fainted just now. He said that he heard... Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too! But it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then? Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people?
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
New intel? While you were out cold?
Well, let's hear it, shall we? Oh, that... Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least but he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial sea. Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate. Oh, you mean...
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off...
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of...
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for you. We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely secure.
Behold!
It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't followed first.
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious though.
Very good. But let's not let our guard down for now.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, traveler.
Adventuring underground is way more fun than I thought.
People here really...
Easy money.
So, this is your base? It's not quite what Paimon imagined.
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the presence...
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately. After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. And
seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have this...
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father...
Your father... He was the previous boss of Spina di Rosula, right? How did he...
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain.
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And as partners, this is something I hope they can understand. My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor. Instead...
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial, but strangely, he not only that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be... 3 years later, I still don't understand why he... How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up. The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in. But, however, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind, I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications, and now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you?
Demoiselle, please. If there is anything I can do...
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence
Wait! If Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least...
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people from Fontaine. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good...
But how could... never mind. If Callus...
There is one other thing.
Oh! Her? Well, yeah. That's not the sort of thing that you can just let go and move...
Miss Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was... there was only ever one choice she could have made.
It's not that I don't understand her at all.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel. You don't have to force...
Afterward, Miss Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she... Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to... All right. Anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did... thanks. You...
Yeah!
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will...
Paimon slept so well. Huh? Navia? Where did the...
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the...
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole...
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating...
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking forever.
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem... I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this...
Does that mean we're too late then?
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine, and that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where... If the Oceanette you met is one of the young women who went missing recently...
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hard... In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we? Aren't you coming along, Navia? Did you get tired?
No, it's nothing. Let's go see the Honorable...
I guess I'm finally on the right path.
Squall and Fury!
surprises.
Thank you for choosing Komania Express.
Yep.
Take it easy.
Behold! Too slow.
let's get going. The next location on my list is really far away.
Halt! Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied. Huh. This place does look pretty heavily guarded.
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be related to.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some...
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago?
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorney.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Thanks so much.
Please come in.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalet. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vache. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we...
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
Who knew that Nervalet would be so easy to talk?
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vache has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette. We'll take our leave now.
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret...
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no... It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you. Even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear. If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel? Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all? Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed. There are still so many things I never got to tell him.
So many questions. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your... It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would... Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows... My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Navia, are you okay?
I'm fine. Rain.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building?
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder...
What is it? Did you think of something?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Well, that thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value. Oh? Wait. You don't...
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water? Yeah! And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad.
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for sure this time.
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself later? All right, then I'll wait for you at Poisson.
Take it easy.
Welcome to the court of Fontaine. Please watch your step. Welcome to the court of Fontaine. Please watch your step.
bus tour is bound for Romaritime Station, and I'm your tour guide, Aval. I'm here to tell you all about the amazing scenery we'll pass by on the Clementine line. Even though I'm not an expert tour guide, when it comes to interesting stories and important places in Fontaine, I definitely know a thing or two. I hope that my commentary will give you a newfound appreciation for this nation, and that you'll be inspired to visit every corner of Fontaine, just like Elfan was. Passengers, if you look into the distance, you'll see Elinas, large as a mountain. The hometown of us Melusines, Mercy Village, is right over there. There's a story about our hometown that I really liked growing up. The legends say that long ago, Elinas came to Fontaine and asked the people, "Is there anything I can do?" At the time, we Melusines were super tiny, and our hands were even smaller. And we were so sad that we couldn't build houses like everyone else. So the people said in unison, "Then why don't you become the home of the Melusines?" And thus Elinas just rolled over right there and poof! It's been a few hundred years since then. When you think about it, everyone in Fontaine and Elinas really is gentle and kind.
The wind rises.
All right, amuse me. Busted. Game's up. Time's over.
Gather! Behold!
Unnecessary.
Too slow.
Right now. Emerge. Right now.
Gotcha. Quietly now.
Solidify!
certainly worth the extra mile.
Gotcha. Busted.
Show them.
The wind rises.
Whoa! What a huge ship! Why would a ship be anchored at a place like...
There's no need to be so surprised. Well, my father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di... Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers! But now that Paimon has seen this ship for her...
Well, Poisson is where Spina di...
Take it easy.
Maloose, we're back!
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court.
About that. You still remember, right, Maloose? On that night...
Yes, the case was quite similar.
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, at a glance, it was a kind...
Wait! Didn't that guard guy...
Yes, he did. Considering what we know, if you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, as he oversaw Poisson, my father was
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. Recognizing that, my father decided to the man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about it that night. My father hosted a banquet at his... But then, we heard 2 gunshots.
Huh? How did that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, looking back on it though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time.
Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they both... You're right. We still don't know what...
Jacques was an empathetic man who was, I think, this On that note, however, even though this will not please you, our opponent is insidious. Even though Spina de Rosula is lost, there is no need to follow your father's...
If that's indeed what he wished for, was I not the closest person to him? And yet, what was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect... Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still... Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death? And live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that. Ever. Now I want to find out the real answer for every...
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act.
So you do know something else, Malus?
Yes, I do. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was...
What?
Boss and the serial disappearances. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose...
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side...
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful...
So he chose to die in silence.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, demoiselle. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want... I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able... Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now? Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could... But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. And this... Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where synth is produced. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incrimination. But if you want to use it against the enemy...
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go...
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization that's been in operation for There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be... But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal... The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed.
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case.
Huh. That's true. Seems my father really hadn't, but things are different now.
It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Malus.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability...
Thank you for all of that, Malus. Have you discovered anything new in the past few years?
Let me think. One conclusion I came to was that the enemy must be quite when I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to if the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, the first is Florent, Spina de Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means, thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time. There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Uncle Marcel.
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its... In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, it's a bit difficult to imagine someone use...
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically...
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along...
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution.
Of course. And thank you, Malus. You've provided us with a...
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just... And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence... After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken... If it might help, you could also pay them a visit.
Aw, thank you so much, Malus.
A new case awaits, my dear partner. I hope we can work together to uncover the truth. And...
Squall Fury!
It is settled, then. Please excuse me, and enjoy your conversation at your leisure.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
Oh. Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time.
If it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support. I understood your guilt and apology,
but aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain that...
You don't understand at all.
I didn't know how to face you. Because I didn't know what I could possibly bring... I know only the full truth could bring closure to you.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry on the matter regarding my husband. My daughter and I have more or less found...
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go in. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his... So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so...
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly.
But Papa did tell me that I should never.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell. I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callus had always taken, even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense. It is impossible.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy? If he did the... Papa always wanted to be a good man. So why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your papa was a good man.
Yeah. Papa was a really good man. The best in the whole world.
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword, he must...
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth.
Thank you. I'm very grateful. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really...
You really think so? That's the first time anyone said...
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Laurent should be nearby.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House? Someone got...
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining outside. After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen... his case. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callus would... After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go. My first reaction was that Mr. Callus's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callus was standing...
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. Reason being, Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he... About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned. Do you think there was a third person there who was turned into water?
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no... The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callus ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys? But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he share... He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine. Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right...
About that, Malus told me a thing or two. So, I'll tell you everything once the whole truth has been revealed.
I understand. Then, I'll leave Mr. Callus's honor in your hands, boss. And if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callus the Unfaithful. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus. Even after so... But it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rus. No matter what others might say. He'll always be the man I respect the most.
Don't worry. I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina... Thierry, it's me.
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia?
Oh, so you've caught news of that already.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the guards, you know.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't...
I mean, where I work, it's really up to me. Callus did a fantastic job running the town. Building Spina di Rosula from the... It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours? You, here for...
yes. These two are my partners. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's...
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved. If you want to go through the original files from your father's case...
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question.
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own. Why do you ask? We definitely can't
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unknown... So, if you hypothetically wanted to do so...
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. So I can promise you, those mecha were they're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, well, thank you for the vote of confidence, Nob. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need...
Hello. How may I help you? I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say... Sure. I will let him know right away.
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House.
Yes, I've never
Oh, you were at the Opera House too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into... I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite, to beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunk...
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and theatrics.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right?
Yes. I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what...
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side...
Oh, and what makes you say that?
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea. If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even...
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who...
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace... But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the confrérie of...
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't... Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. So, the confrérie was responsible for that banquet. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask a...
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need. All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend.
We've talked to all 3 suspects.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father... Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what...
But where should we start? Ah, you're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably...
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth...
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
Oh? And why is that?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool.
So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the order. Makes sense. But without evidence, that's... Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering... It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial...
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the 3 suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex? Uncle Marcel? And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a... Still really hard for me to imagine, though. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of more... Thierry, you say? But... I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us.
Yeah. Had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of if the mecha were taken from the guards. It should be pretty easy to find out.
Florent? It is true that he was close, but as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals...
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha army?
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think... Who could it be? You know, if you think everything through...
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down.
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been... The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch... Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things...
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
Yes. Malus did say that charging straight in there would be we need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our...
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Huh? Aren't you the guy from...
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus.
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding...
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
What? Is that someone...
Yeah, we know him.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial
Wait, how? None of our investigation...
That's what I thought was strange about it. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get...
Right. Because they'll think they've already...
Yeah. And it'll be a lot...
I understand.
Huh?
Split up? What do you mean? Just as since this is a trial about the you're right. This is our best opportunity. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to—
We'll help you, just like you helped us in Lenny's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malou, Silver. When did you two get here?
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson. It's our hope that you're confident.
Thank you so much. Then,
see you then! Now that Navia has set out for Aranias, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over. Huh. According to Malus's info, the synth production base is underwater. Let's go and try to find the entrance. Finally found it! Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. Ah, you're right. An important place like this is bound to have it. Navia's probably arguing up a...
It would appear that I must repeat my question again. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose, in which case, as long as I accept the charge, I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
No. That's not what I meant.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly. And we have made... In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is to
That case had nothing to do with him! You've got the wrong man!
Huh? What's going on? Why is she interjecting again?
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui Harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerate, but that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well—
Oh, please. Did you ever think we can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here—
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my— So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge instead?
That person is— Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières!
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister organization?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly— and if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the—
Yes, I do.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Knop, members of the guards, please contact Mr. Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney.
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I still haven't figured— I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between—
Very well. In that case, since both sides have—
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Callus. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the serial disappearances case.
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who killed your father? Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember, both you and I only ran— If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience—
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone—
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage. On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet. During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding— The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, the suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend. Callus was defeated by champion duelist These are the known facts about the case.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not— in truth, the third person shot Jacques first. After that, the true culprit turned the third person into— Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guard's conclusion appeared quite sensible. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from the primordial sea. The testimony of the victim's family. However, in the end, he reconsidered. Unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility and had sent— this assassin first. A pile of clothing was, but now it is clear that the clothes were proof that since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all trick. Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version of events.
That's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all—
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't shoot each other after all.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide—
But I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, we primarily— 1. Do you have the—
I'm afraid not. At least not—
Boo! If you don't have any evidence, you should just go home!
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted club, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a—
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently today?
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after—
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed, then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had testified—
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose— At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle—
What?
If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we— But what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no— But by staying silent, we retained the ability to deter our opponents. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving— And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot.
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die?
That's right.
Do you have any—
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent. I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his
So, during the duel, did you believe that
Yes. As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives in my line of work. I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live, or if they're looking to— I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus—
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father—
Right? What she said was fascinating, but—
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances case?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and and at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were all coincidentally. Marcel attended.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing, I'm used to it though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of your most...
No need to appeal to pain.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, on top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the...
Know what she can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah well, do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyways.
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage. But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
I do apologize, demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he...
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anger?
Seems like she got the wrong guy.
At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only on your own feelings. Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met most of his expectations.
This isn't just about me, and it never has been. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims, the people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice. Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. I'm sure some are coming to those of you in the audience as well. And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vacher?
Huh.
Oh.
I'm merely surprised you'd say...
I was waiting for you to say that. Emerge. Gotcha.
Behold!
Whoa! The floor is going up! Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place. Paimon thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
Squall and Fury!
The water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Right here. Emerge.
Stabilize!
Quietly now. Busted. So, here comes the catch. Take it easy.
right now. Gotcha. Busted.
The wind rises. Know your place.
Right here. Emerge.
After all that, we finally made it to the innermost sanctum. Though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here. That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence. What's all this? Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box. Oh. Paimon sees it too, but... Huh? You mean the girls from the sea... And then they were turned in... And all the boxes of things. These names. Oh, look! There's an important looking basin over here. And it's full of water! That means this is where they make all the synth! And that, if you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth! But Paimon will take notes on this incriminating evidence. Let's see what's written here. Nothing escapes Detective... Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation. Yep, this should prove the existence of the third person, right? We still have not determined the exact content of the key information. The old dog's a real menace to deal. He can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. I concur. Let's send someone to... Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups. They're all just... What's this over here? Looks like some kind of place for research. Experiment number 16 aims to... The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female... Sorry, Traveler. Paimon will try her best. How can someone write something that terrible in such a matter of... You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going. So that's why he did all of these... Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane! Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. You mean Vacher is the one who did all of these... experiments? So that's it! No, that's not it either! If that's the case, why would... In any case, Paimon will write it all... Whoa! There's so much synth here! And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the waters of the... Mixing in progress. Ready to drink? Whoa! There's even fruit-flavored synth? Yep! looked at almost everything here. Yeah, we haven't found anything that reveals. No wonder even Neuvillette wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is that way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't. Sure thing. Paimon won't admit to. You take that side, and Paimon will take this side. Ugh. Nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either. Whoa, really? Let Paimon see. Vinier. Isn't that Vache's lover's name? Then you found her diary. Aw. It's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. So many! A whole page's worth! The final name she Marcel! Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been... Hey!
And whose image do you see? Is it a man named Vache? Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my partner.
Just how often do you intend to flout the...
It's all right, Monsieur Neuvillette. Given their confidence, I expect they've found the crucial evidence.
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything! After your lover, Vinier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of You even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all records of your past as
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's
This information regarding your past also Well, Marcel, do you... You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, so you never noticed how he changed.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself.
Do you really think I wanted to pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, they said there's no way a human being can turn into water. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, you only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your Vinier is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, but I'm not from this blasted place.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! can't! Do you all see? I can't go! I can't follow! I did all of that. And in the end, I spent my entire life living on pins and needles!
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please...
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! I still... Vignere! Please, Vignere! Don't think badly of me.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction...
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show...
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guard. The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher and worked as an adventurer with his partner and love. During an underwater expedition, Vignere accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded after exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher decided, although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn, and just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This thus concludes the enigmatic history of the series. The Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, guilty.
Vacher away.
Good. It's what he deserved.
With that, the serial disappearing...
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a...
Yippee! We helped Navia bring the bad guy to justice! He's hurt so many innocent people and now he's finally getting what he did. Huh? Are you okay?
Demoiselle, you were absolutely brilliant.
The day our late boss had always hoped for is finally...
Yeah. See, Papa?
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs. Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got...
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
What now? None of this has...
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge...
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you...
Please respect the laws of Fontaine.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that the guilty party has been identified, and thus it is... We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique, guilty.
What?
Hey! That's not funny! Didn't you just say... What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunction?
Huh? This has never happened before.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case, right?
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal. Guards, please take the suspect into...
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Hey, Monsieur Nouvelette, what's going on?
Apologies. This is also the first time. All I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
Why are you looking at me? I don't know what happened there.
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either, but that's...
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not?
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect... Don't tell me. You thought even I had...
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. And, of course, for every performance there is... If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, everything he's done, all shall be revealed. Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging...
So she chose to make her escape out.
So you're saying we shouldn't...
She probably just put on that performance to save face. However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity.
All right. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, well, after all, he's done plenty of bad stuff.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing over here?
Stop resisting arrest! Cease, or we'll add another...
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vacher? I erased all records of that name. So, unless...
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be? How did you... The Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so close to me all... Please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial...
Paimon agrees!
This request, is it worth as...
Of course! Wait, no, it's worth...
Humans. Will they betray... Very well. I will go...
Your Honor, I fear that...
I will go with him. You...
In that case, I shall...
Thank you. Thank you. Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Yeah, and even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing.
Vache!
Ah!
Yes, that's it! So you heard it too!
Vinier, it's me! It's me, Vache!
Vache? Vache!
I'm here! I'm here! Where are you, Vinier?
Hey, wait! Be careful! Hey, wait!
Vinier, is that you? It's me, Vache! Vinier!
Vache? Why did you come? Didn't I say? You don't... You look a lot older.
It's been more than 20 years. All this time, only the thought of bringing you back has kept me. I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you all of my feelings like this? Vinier, you are my everything. I really don't know how...
But Vache, if you ask me, this world...
What are you saying?
If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably become a top... If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts and my... If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. It's all because of your selfishness, Vache. It's all because of you.
You... Wait, you are not Vinier. Who are you?
You're right. I am not Vinier. I am... Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousness, our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea. And we were... I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony. I'm Azine. The only one I am not.
Why? But then, where is Vinier?
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril... This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said time and time... But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If she would... You are a liar. A heartless murderer. And the only thing you are not is Vinier's beloved. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vinier's, she has had nothing but pure...
No! Vinier! She can't hate me.
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, but on top of that, she also said that... She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy. Vache. Vache? Vache. 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 Drown.
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Well met, partner. I knew something great was going to happen.
Even this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle's mood.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey, Navia! It's been a few days. Paimon's already started to miss you.
Oh, now that I believe. I'm easy to work with, and oh...
Sounds like you're really enjoying life these days, Navia. What have you...
It's just been one thing after the other. Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. We never held a memorial this time, though. Everyone in Poisson, and...
So his name's definitely been cleared now.
It's been the dearest wish of Demoiselle.
That blasted stubborn fool. Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after... well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she would be there.
Huh? So you know Charlotte too? The Charlotte?
Yeah, way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was all over me. I believe the story was called The True Hope. To be fair, though, it was a really flattering feature. She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece.
Oh yeah, she told us about that. She's always been super...
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera house...
Now that's another thing to look for.
Oh, and in other news, I also took Claranda...
Oh, are you two on better terms then?
While you were investigating Vache's headquarters, it was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean...
Oh, that's great! Paimon also thought Clarend wasn't actually...
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved, perhaps it will... Oh, actually, there's still one last thing I need to do.
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave and tell him the truth of what happened. And on top of that, just how much people...
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
We want to go too!
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me.
And in that case, everyone, let's be off. Considering the...
Yeah, you're right. It's been raining non-stop for... Huh. This is where my father's...
Huh? There's someone there already.
Hmm?
Isn't that Nervalette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respects.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was trying to say there's no need for you to apologize. I wanted to show my father how much I've grown, but still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel...
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really could use some pointers on In any case, why did you come to
Well, ever since that day, I've been turning a question over and over in my head. There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful, which is also why I didn't stop your father from... I believed that a truly innocent man would never... But Mr. Callis proved me utterly and decisively wrong. If not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained... Mr. Callis made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many people completely unrelated to him. And in the end, from a certain perspective, one could say that he did it all. A justice that's higher than life itself. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callis in person. This regret has filled me with a sadness. That high and mighty chair in the Opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and
I'm sorry for being mad at you before. So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but...
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of my...
Didn't I just say you don't need to apologize?
Ah, so Navia and Nervalette seem to have made their peace as well. Let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till after they're done. Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Huh? Oh, Paimon didn't know that was a thing. Oh no. Paimon hopes Miss Navia won't... Anyway, Nervalette is still standing around there. It's not often that...
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss...
We ran into Navi on the streets today, so we...
I see, I see.
Well?
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would be my apologies. My investigate. However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice was
But you also said you
For many years, I have been quite aware that as a divinely created mechanism, not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but which is all to say, I have been prepared for a situation like this.
So when Lenny told us that he heard
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove. In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology. Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, for now, we regret to say that the Fatui, if we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not.
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want...
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
So, at court, the bad...
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vache and his... There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater, most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special...
So it really was where everything began.
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists. What Vache discovered must have been some kind of special...
So that's how it is.
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender... To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world. Is there anything else you'd like to... That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be Does that appropriately summarize the version you've heard?
That's right! It was Lenny that told us...
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last word...
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon?
2 parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels and the ability... Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. If the rumors were true...
But with Farina being the way she...
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about? Your sibling. Another... If she ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure she... Is there anything else you'd like... Very well. It was my honor to provide you with what answers I could. It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind.
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette. Paimon...
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so just...
All right. You've got a point, huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?